All right, we're good.
Okay, great. Welcome everyone to this special board meeting of the Campbell Union High School District. Today is December 1st, 2020, and it is 5 p.m. Can we get a roll call, please?
Trustee Gallagher.
I'm here.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Goitia.
Here.
Trustee Verich.
Here. All right, all board members are here and accounted for. Item 1C is the adoption of tonight's closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Christina, a second by Linda. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
All right, with a 5-0 vote, we have a closed session agenda, which is disclosed on board docs on our agenda. I will check to see if there are any public comments at this time, and there are not. So we will move to closed session. We will be back right around 6 p.m. and see you on the other side, board members. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience. The board's going to come back from closed session in about 5 minutes, at which point we'll get started. So see y'all around 6:10. All right, if board members could turn back on their cameras so we know they're here. John, if you could take us off of presentation mode. Thank you. Just waiting on a couple more people, so we'll get started in a minute.
Sorry, everybody.
No, you're good.
My computer went right after I signed off. It went down. So
Yeah, it happened. It's that new Zoom update that just came out.
is it?
Probably. I don't know. It did that to me today. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is 6:12 p.m., so we'll call this meeting back to order. The board is returning from closed session. During closed session, the board approved the proposed settlement agreement in case 120120201 by a 5-0 vote. This meeting is being live streamed on the internet, so if you do participate with this meeting, your likeness will show up on that live stream. And tonight, the members of the board are joining via teleconference. All votes tonight are going to be recorded via a roll call. While there's no physical location available for the public to join, members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card available on the district website and in board docs. For those of you confused why we're back on Zoom, we were going to have this meeting in person, but the order from this weekend brought us back to virtual. So with all that said, without any further ado, we're going to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone could please rise, mute your lines, and join with me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
So Kaylin, I apologize. I want to point out, it doesn't look like we've come back live yet.
Great. So
I'll take a look at it and see.
Yeah, let's triple check that. We'll stop right here.
It's back. And I don't know where it came back.
Okay.
It might be the DVR function. You can look at it a couple minutes delayed.
Okay. So John, do you think members of the public are able to see that portion of the meeting, or is it safer to start back over?
Give me 10 seconds to confirm.
Yeah,
that.
take your time. Take your time. Not a big deal.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Robert, for pointing that out. So we're on 3C, adoption of tonight's agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Christina, a second by Robert. Is there any discussion? See none, can we please have a roll call vote?
You're on mute.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. We have an agenda. We now move into item 4, public comments, and I'll read this really quick. The board welcomes comments from the public. If you'd like to address the board, please fill out the digital blue card that's located on the website and on board docs and turn it in. You'll be called on to comment when your item is reached on the agenda. If your item is not on the agenda, you will comment at this time. Provisions of the California Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item that does not appear posted on this agenda for action. Oral presentations and communications to the board.
Oh, yeah, for now, just to keep warm.
I'll mute that person. Oral presentations and communications to the board are limited to up to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. In instances where there are a lot of people who want to speak, that 3-minute time limit may get reduced so we can hear from more people. All right, we do have one public comment tonight that is not on an agendized item. So if we can please call Kathy Watson Short.
All right, we are ready with Kathy.
All right, hi Kathy, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes and take it away.
Okay, great. I just wanted to address the board. We had a PTSA meeting at Prospect High School, and it was announced that they're going to be removing English 9 honors at Prospect, and they're going to be putting all of the students in together. And there were about 100 of us at the board meeting that were expressing our concern with this, because it's a pretty big change and we feel like it's happening during a very stressful time with COVID, and it just feels like we should be focusing really on the task at hand with COVID. I would just really like to ask if there is a way that we can create an environment where we bring our community in when we're going to make a big change like this, because I don't feel like the community was able to be brought into this. And I'm also very worried by making a big change where you just remove classes that affect quite a few students. And will we really be able to plan for it very well when we've got so much on our plate right now with COVID? And I'm not saying that I don't want this to happen. I'm just saying I think at Prospect, it often feels like things are done to us and not with us. And we have a community that works really well together. And we do care about all of our students. And we just like to express that I think like maybe 300 or 400 took a survey, and probably 80 to 90% were quite against this. And we just don't feel that we have any say in the process. And so that's what I wanted to speak about tonight. And also when we are going to go ahead and remove classes, and now you're going to have students that have a much bigger diversity of skill set and abilities in a class, how are we going to ensure that all of the students' needs are being met, and that we aren't just teaching to a certain set, and you maybe have the ones that are higher up or board and the ones that are lower aren't? I just feel like that is going to take time for teachers to be able to learn how to do that. And are we compensating by making the class sizes smaller so the teachers can give more individual attention? It's just, there are so many questions out there. And I'd also like to say that I would love to be a part of this process. I'm not saying, you guys have to fix it. I will be more than happy to be on board. And I know quite a few other parents have also expressed this that weren't able to be on the call tonight, that I am speaking for as well. And I just wanted to give that feedback. We would really like to see this be postponed at least 1 year so that we can be part of the process and we can get through COVID first.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Kaylin?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. I didn't know if we're going to get cut off yet. Were you told this was a district decision to make this change?
We were told this was a principal decision, and we have gone to, people have expressed their concern, and we were told the decision has already been made and it's going to go ahead. And we just feel, as this has been an ongoing issue with Prospect, where we feel like you aren't working with us as a community, we would like to be involved in this and understand it and understand how these classes are going to be accountable to all of the students, because I'm just so worried that we're going to go down the path of Common Core again, where it takes us 6 or 7 years to finally.
Kathy, unfortunately, your time's up.
Thanks,
So I think we
Kathy.
got the answer. We'll have, I know
Thank you.
someone. Thank you. We've heard your comment. And we'll now move on to our next item, which is 5A, which is to approve revised 2020 regular board meeting calendar. Who's introducing this item?
Trustees, we're asking you to alter the calendar due to change in law and how it's been differently interpreted by two of our different attorneys. Basically, the provision about if we want to swear people in for their next terms, in particular, Trustees Gallagher and Goitia, that we can't do it on the 10th. We have to do it at a later date.
Yeah, and then we have to do it by a certain date because we have certain things on the agenda we have to pass by the 15th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is the sweet spot.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So motion by Robert, second by Christina. Any discussion?
Yeah, since this is going to most likely be our last meeting of this calendar year, and it is kind of a special meeting because we're going to be swearing in people and stuff like that. Do we think that we might be able to have it in person, or since that new restrictive order goes until the 20th, it's definitely going to be remote?
My guess, I'd probably be more comfortable in regards of that, because this was supposed to be an in-person meeting, this meeting, right? That order, I think, makes it tougher to do. So my guess would be that it is probably smarter if we're trying to adhere by those rules to wait until after January 1st.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that so everybody understands that whatever we talked about in the past, the reality is that there's a new order and we're going to follow it and not try to have any in-person meetings until at least December 20th, which is what this particular order runs through.
And you can get sworn in virtually. We checked that, and that is okay.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy being sworn in remotely. I see no need right before Christmas to ask staff to come in and mingle, because you and I are having a moment. That's not something I want to see happen.
Yeah, which we've already had a couple times. Yeah, right.
I wanted cake, but that's
Just
okay.
Gonna have to have it by yourself.
Okay. All right. So we do have a motion, right? And a second. Let's get a vote. Roll call, please.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right. So that takes us to item 5B, which is discuss and approve recommendation for spring 2021 educational program. We do have some public comments. So my idea was do the public comments, take like a 5-minute recess, and then come back and start on this item. So tonight, for those who have submitted their card, we wanted to break it down so that people who are speaking for reopening have 20 minutes, and people who are speaking against have 20 minutes. And if there's any time limiting factor, it would be, the bigger, like if there's a lot of people who want to speak for one versus the other. The thing is, that's actually not going to be an issue tonight. We do have some blue cards, but it should not limit your time. So you'll have up to 3 minutes to make your comment, at which point your microphone will mute. And if you have additional thoughts, please send them over in an email. We've also received hundreds and hundreds of emails, so we've probably heard some of your arguments, but if there's something unique that you really want us to hear, please send it over. We cannot read it during this meeting legally, but we can read it after this meeting. All right, so without any further ado, if we could get the first number, which did not submit a name, 408, 406, I will not read the rest. That number. And we're starting with the people against phased reopening.
Are we taking a break? Did you say something about 5 minutes?
Yeah, sorry, after the public comment.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so
While we're dialing, I thought I'd just say hi, Riley. Hi, Katangeli. It's good to see you guys. Miss you.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm gonna get a t-shirt made that says you're on mute.
All right, Kaylin, I have James Lucas here on the phone.
all right, hi, James Lucas. Welcome to the call. You have 3 minutes and your time will start when you do. Go ahead.
Thank you, trustees. I'm James Lucas, Del Mar science teacher. A vaccine is weeks away. Do not make months of sacrifice pointless by exposing students and staff to this devastating virus. To be clear, we are all worried about student success. I wouldn't be working 12-hour days if I wasn't. In-person instruction will not magically cure our problems. Teachers and students will still not interact. There will be no student collaboration, no science experiments, no shoulder taps with quick formative feedback. Screens will continue to separate us. Even worse is concurrent instruction. I will not sacrifice the learning of the students at home for students in class or vice versa. We shouldn't sacrifice everyone's learning just so some are in a classroom. We would be returning to class in winter. Think about that. Our students complain about being cold. Imagine outdoor instruction or open doors and windows to promote airflow. With Maslow's hierarchy of needs, students aren't going to learn better if they're freezing. Not to mention, the HVAC system in the science building at Del Mar is only intermittently functional. Second, I'm concerned about the recommendations in item 5B. They seem to be calendar driven, not data driven. Dates are arbitrary. I opened up my calendar. I tried to invite COVID-19 to my Stop Infecting CUHSD event on January 14th. You know what? The novel coronavirus doesn't have an email. If you vote for in-person instruction because you believe it to be safe, are you going to lead by example? Will we see board members and DO staff in our classrooms for 70 minutes? I have a hard time believing that because in distance learning, I haven't heard from any teachers who have had DO staff or trustee visits. Before anyone tells me that teachers aren't effective in distance learning, DO staff and trustees need to visit more classes. Third, last board meeting, some of you talked about risk mitigation. It sounds like you're thinking of us as numbers. Students and staff are not numbers. The virus affects real people. In the 2 weeks before break, I heard from Anna Lucas, Susie Brooks, and Tiffany Chang, each of whom had a student test positive for COVID-19. This would have exposed countless other students and teachers while taking out literally half the Del Mar Science Department. When Susie, with a history of asthma, can no longer play soccer with her kids because of respiratory damage, are you going to run instead of her? Are you going to carry Anna to the top of a mountain when she can no longer backpack? When an asymptomatic student infects their grandparent, are 5 of you going to go to the funeral? Is this an acceptable level of risk? Does the flow chart have a form letter for that? Trustees, I ask you to be leaders. Acknowledge the sacrifice staff and students have made and keep us in distance learning. Advocate for your staff, then for students to receive the vaccine in round 2 so students can reopen safely. Do not vote to go past level 1 distance learning until we are vaccinated. And remember, the coronavirus doesn't have an email.
All right, thank you, James. Next up, we have Beth Bowen from Lee High School.
For clarification, because this is an agenda item, so we can talk, right?
Mhm.
I didn't know that the teachers for the classrooms I did attend needed to report to any specific teacher that I had been in classrooms, but I have been in 2 classrooms in distant learning for observation. I asked and was invited.
All right, we are ready to go with Beth.
All right, hi Beth, you're on with the board. You're streaming on the internet and you have 3 minutes whenever you start. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Beth Bowen, and my daughter goes to Lee High School. And I concur with our first caller that we shouldn't invite students back to campus until we have a vaccination. But I wanted to add to that, in the recommendation for the education program, there was an assumption made that distance learning cannot replace in-person learning. And I just don't agree with that assumption at all. I believe distance learning is superior to in-person learning for the majority of students, especially in times of pandemic. And I have a list of things why that's true, but let me just highlight perhaps the most important. I think distance learning provides for independent study, which is super important. Research shows that education attainment is strongly correlated with individual health and productivity. And in my experience, distance learning accelerates the completion of high school and college work. So that acceleration leads to productivity and prosperity a lot sooner. So going back to distance learning provides for independent study. Students develop the skills that they need to be self-directed learners. Independent study strengthens a student's self-worth, and students begin to realize that their mental health is not dependent on their friends or their social life. They find out that as individuals, they're responsible for their mental health. And independent learning leads to independent thinking, which is essential to participate in a democratic society. So, in summary, I think that I'm skipping some of the other points that I'm making so that other people can offer their comments. But in summary, I really disagree with the need to accelerate the move back, students back to the classroom. I think that if there are certain circumstances for families or students that need to go back to the classroom, I'm in full support of those circumstances and those students. And it sounds like what I read in the recommendation that, you know, those students and families will be supported. But for all other students, particularly for the reasons of independent study, and that this will accelerate the progress to productivity and prosperity, I think that students need 100% virtual learning until we have a vaccine and until CDC and Santa Clara County reopens or recommends a
Okay, Beth, I'm so sorry, but that is your time. So if you do have additional thoughts, please email it over to the board. And we're going to move on to our next caller, Danetta.
All right, we are ready to go.
All right, hi, you're on with the board. You're streaming on the internet. When you are ready, take it away and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work our district and board is doing to get life back to normal for our students. Being a teacher, I understand the social part of school. We are all social beings and thrive from learning together and in discussion. Unfortunately, it's not a safe time for us to be ourselves. COVID-19 is killing people, and like New York in March and April of this year, Californians are not being responsible. Turn that on. Thank you. Sorry about that. Californians are not being responsible for their health and others. Everywhere I drive, there are people walking without masks. There are people forgetting their masks. And sometimes people just take it off because they want to speak out loud. People in public places linger loudly, laugh, and have a great time as if no one is sick. We are constantly reminded of how this sickness is hurting so many. Yet in Santa Clara County, we are now purple. Shelter in place may be necessary, as our new presidents will have a task force ready to go by January 20th. Constantly, the number of people being admitted to the hospital is rising. While all of this is going on in the country, I do not believe we have enough information to make all the changes necessary for students to be on campus. There are students thriving and there are students suffering with distance learning. But one decision for all, I believe, is going to be difficult for most parents. And if a student is on campus and then has to return home, their mental health will be worse than ever.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and then one more on against the phase reopening. Can we call Allison, please?
Kaylin, I missed the name of the last speaker.
Yeah, it's Donetta Torresias. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I have Allison here.
All right, hi, Allison, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes and take it away.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Allison LaBeouf, and I teach 10th and 11th grade English at Westmont. This is my 15th year in the district and my 13th year on the CHSD bargaining team. I'm here tonight because I have been hearing a lot from the teachers in this district. And let me tell you, the teachers are scared. They are scared that the board is going to vote to put them in harm's way. They are scared they will be forced to choose between their livelihood and their lives. Tonight you have before you recommendations for spring semester. Those recommendations include things like forcing teachers to teach via Zoom from empty classrooms rather than allowing them to conduct distance learning safely from home as they have done all this semester. Those recommendations include plans to force teachers to come into close, sustained contact with students, even if they do not feel safe doing so. Frankly, many of these recommendations seem to have no grounding in our current reality. Our county just implemented even more severe restrictions than we previously had in the purple tier. Our governor has ordered a statewide curfew. Each day we seem to set new records when it comes to the number of cases in our state and our county. Our hospitals are only a couple weeks away from exceeding their capacity. And this is all before the spike we know is coming in the wake of the Thanksgiving holiday. Dr. Fauci warned just 2 days ago that we may soon see another surge superimposed over the surge we're already experiencing. We will surely see yet another surge from Christmas and New Year's. Just yesterday, 2 of my students told me that their mothers had tested positive for COVID. To consider forcing teachers and students back into classrooms at this time is nothing less than madness. Distance learning is not ideal, but myself and my colleagues have worked tirelessly to adapt to this new format and help students adapt. Personally, I have been able to establish meaningful relationships with students and successfully engage them with the curriculum. Although it has been a steep learning curve, teachers and students are now more comfortable with the online format and new schedule. And I believe teachers will continue to grow in this format and find new ways to engage students and help them be successful. Whatever problems or challenges exist with distance learning, the solution is not to put lives at risk by forcing a return to in-person at a time when COVID cases are surging. Make no mistake, you hold thousands of lives in your hands tonight. The lives of teachers, students, staff, all their families, and anyone else they come in contact with. I desperately hope you take that responsibility seriously and do the right thing for the students and teachers in this district by rejecting any recommendation that forces students and teachers back into the classroom against their will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move on to speakers who are for the phased reopening. Can we start with Ken Smith, please?
Who is our first speaker? You
Apologies,
muted.
that's on mute. Ken Smith.
Thank you.
All right, I have Ken here. He's ready to go.
All right, hi Ken, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes. Take it away.
Okay. I didn't see any place in your agenda for the hybrid, and I was just wondering what was going to occur with that. I'm a dentist. I work in people's mouths. I've been teaching at San Jose City College with the dental assisting program. We've been open successfully. We've had to shut down now because of this last order, but we've been doing it successfully. So I don't understand what the problem is. And that's basically all I wanted to say.
Okay, great. Thank you. And after our public comment period, that's when we'll be discussing the recommendation. So if you're tuning in online, you can you'll see that part of the meeting next.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Great. I thank you. And I think we can do it safely. I have a plan. If you guys want it, I'll be happy to write it down for you on how to reopen. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and if after watching the presentation, if you have feedback, please send it over to the board or to just me, and I can forward it along, and we'll get it to staff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for calling me. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
and
no
thank you for
problem.
all your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, and so our last speaker is Kathy Watson-Short.
All right, I have Kathy here.
All right, hi Kathy. You know the drill. You have 3 minutes. Take it away.
Okay, I don't think I'll need 3 minutes, but I just wanted to say that I would really like the board to create an opportunity for teachers and students that want to come back to be able to come back. I don't think it makes sense to require people that are worried or have health concerns or any of those things to come back. I think that we could create a way where we've got online distance learning and we've got some way of bringing the students back. I say this because I'm an aide. I'm a parent at the school, and I'm also an aide. And there are a lot of students that are really floundering and really are asking to be able to come back and be in person because they're just failing. And it's really, really sad to see. And in listening to some of the other response, distance learning is working for some. I would definitely agree with that, but it's not working for a lot. And I think if there are people that are willing and able to come back and we can do it and follow the guidelines and be as safe as we can, I think that we need to do that. And I think that it helps the districts and the school in a couple of ways. One, people that are willing to do it, we can learn a lot of the lessons that we're going to need to learn to bring everybody back eventually. And I do think that we can do this safely. And I don't think it's going to be perfect, but I think that I would just like to express my opinion that I think for the folks that want to come back, and if we can find a way to come back in maybe some at least partial way, I think that that's really important, and I really hope to do that. And at the same time, I don't want to say that we would force anyone to come back that wasn't comfortable yet. So that's my thought. And thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, so that concludes our speakers for the night. Board, I want to take a break till 6:55, and then we'll come back and get back into the presentation. Does that work for people? Great. All right, so 6:55. All right, and for those of you who've stepped away, if you could turn on your videos when you're back, just so we know you're here.
Twice.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, welcome back. You missed our break. Okay, so we are back. Everyone is here. So we're getting back at 6:55 p.m. and we're on item 5B. And Dr. Bravo, do you want to take it from here? You're muted. I muted you, so I
There's one in every bunch, yeah. So trustees, good evening. I know that you all have received lots of correspondence around this issue of what shall we do in this.
Dr. Bravo, I'm gonna pause you really quick. I think we lost Trustee Barrett again.
Okay.
And he's just rejoining. So let's get his tech issues sorted and then. Hi, Robert.
Again, I'll just listen online and figure out a way to call in, and I will participate, but somehow if it happens again, I'll figure it out. Sorry.
Okay, cool. We just paused. So welcome back, Dr. Bravo. Can you start over?
Sure.
Thank you.
So trustees, I think we've all received much correspondence around the question of what should we do in the spring. And in some of that correspondence, we've had people urging us to be leaders. But sometimes that urging is be a leader and don't listen to those people that want to reopen campuses. And others are be a leader and don't listen to those people that want us to reopen campuses. So we get it from both sides. And I just want to start my comments by saying that there is no easy answer here. And this process that we're going through is literally happening in communities all around the country. And communities end up with different answers to it because there is no right or wrong answer. And I want to stress again, I feel like I've said this previously, that for those that would like to see much more in-person learning, please don't take it as not caring for those teachers who are scared. And likewise, teachers, for those families that really want in-person learning, please don't take it that they don't care about you. I don't think it's as simple as that. It's not about who do you care about the most, but we're a community and we care about the health of the community holistically. So I have had a fair number of questions since I published my recommendation on Tuesday, because since then, you know that directives from the health department have become more restrictive since then. So I've had people say, is that still your recommendation? And my answer has been yes, because I want to stress that my recommendation doesn't force anybody to go back in person. A decision, a yes vote from you for the recommendation does not do that. What it does is it creates a pathway to make preparations for that to happen should you all feel that that's the appropriate thing to do at some point in the spring semester. So specifically, the plan talks about a board meeting to decide whether to continue forward motion, tentatively in the middle of January. So I know we had one caller who said, you know, how could we tie this to dates? The progress of coronavirus can't be known according to dates. He's absolutely right, we can't. So that this proposal is not saying everybody's going to come back on X day. What it is saying is that this is a process to come back, and this is what it could look like should you choose to move forward at a board meeting in mid-January. At that meeting in January, if circumstances don't call for it, then you can say, well, okay, let's come back and let's take a look at it again at the end of February, potentially. So I think what the question really is today is the question about, are we going to be open to having more in-person services for students at some point in the spring semester? So my recommendation doesn't change, one, because it has a built-in checkpoint, at least one, if not, and it could have more. But also, I have tremendous respect for Dr. Sarah Cody. I have tremendous respect because she's got a tough job. She has to care about the community, and she's had to make decisions that haven't necessarily been popular. And if you followed the press, you know that she's received threats against her life. I have nothing but respect and appreciation for her work. And when she was asked yesterday if the current conditions, worsening conditions with COVID changed the county's guidance around schools, she said no. She says it doesn't. And that she said schools are essential for children and families, and in-person instruction can be resumed safely if all county and state requirements are carefully followed. Now, she was speaking specifically to the question of granting waivers for elementary schools, because when you're in Purple Tier, if you haven't already opened, you can't. But unless you're an elementary school, there's provision for elementary school waivers. So she was speaking in the context of saying, if you send waivers, I'm going to keep approving them because I do think school is safe. And speaking today, again, I had opportunities to listen today again to Dr. Roy, and she would reiterate the idea that when it comes to the spread of COVID, what they find to be the main places where this happens, restaurants, bars, gyms, and not schools. So if I could have the slide presentation brought up that we have for you tonight, that would be great. And let's go ahead and have the first slide. So I would like us to conceptualize a phased return to in-person services as a possibility. And we'll call the first level, level one, is pretty much the conditions that we have now, where we have distance learning is the model for the provision of instruction, and we have some limited in-person support. So you've heard me talk about the connectivity hubs that we've had. We have small groups of students accessing these, and we can even expand somewhat what we are doing within that level one context. The next level, if we want to have more students on campus than we have now, we need to have more staff to help. So right now, the connectivity hubs, by and large, are supervised by the site administrators themselves. And if we want to have more opportunities, we just need more help. We need more adults on campus to help doing that. So with level two, we would have distance learning is still the way that instruction is provided, but we would have more staff, instructional staff on campus to provide some supports and some activities. And I'll talk about that more in detail in a little bit. Level three would be actual instruction done in person, but for selected students. One of the things that we know from surveying is that parents and students both, that the majority are in favor of prioritizing certain groups for in-person learning if necessary. Those students that perhaps are not doing well in distance learning would be an example. I think that the ninth graders especially are of concern of their performance, and they really have a set of teachers they've never got to meet in person. So that's level 3. And then level 4, with level 4, we would provide some in-person instruction. And that doesn't mean all day, but at least some in-person instruction, really to any family that is their preference. I have to tell you that I don't think that this is something that it might not be achievable for us in the spring. And because we have a number of staff members who we do believe would qualify for accommodations to have assignments that are completely still distance learning. That if we ask them to come, that they have health conditions that put them at special risk, or live with people that have health conditions that put them at special risk, for example. So because of that, it's not likely that we could have a program with in-person instruction for everybody who wants it. But that is a way to conceptualize that 4th step. And really, once you get past that, you're probably looking at school as it was. Can we have the next slide, please? So I just want to, before I go into details, I just want to review for you all the reasons behind why I think that we should remain open to the possibility of expanding in-person services. Compared to 2019, we have some very discouraging trends in attendance and grades. Chronic absenteeism, which is defined as missing more than 10% of school days, is double what it was for the same period of time last year before COVID was something that we were challenged with. Can we have the next slide, please? If we disaggregate that data, chronic absenteeism is disproportionately seen amongst students with IEPs or students with disabilities, for example. And the next slide. So not only do we have these negative attendance trends, but we have some disconcerting trends in terms of marks, grade marks. So as you can see from the slide, and I think we showed this to you before, that student academic achievement, at least as reflected in grade marks, has declined significantly. So we had more than twice as many Fs at the first mark as we did last year, same time. And by the time we got to mark 2, there was no improvement. So I will tell you that I have received a number of requests from counselors and our site administrators, potentially to propose to you trustees that we lower our graduation requirements for the class of 2021, because there are a number of seniors that otherwise would be in danger of failing and not graduating. We have the next slide. This shows failing mark for students with disabilities over the last 3 years. And you can see that students with disabilities, here again, disproportionate effects. So that percent of F marks for marking period 2 for students with IEPs, 30%. Next slide, please. English learners, 46%. Quite a disparity between them and the English only students. Next slide, please. This is for Latinx students as a subgroup. Again, a lot of disparity, 30% Fs. versus the last year, 12%. Next slide, please. So school is about more than just grades, for sure. It's about a lot more than grades. And school is important to students really for their own just personal growth as a person coming into adulthood and their mental health. So the New York Times reported a couple of weeks ago in a article called Teens in COVID Isolation, reported a couple of notable things. First, the research shows that adolescents depend on their friendships to maintain a sense of self-worth and to manage anxiety and depression. A recent study of 3,300 high school students found that nearly 1/3 reported feeling unhappy or depressed in recent months. And while it might seem counterintuitive for a generation used to bonding with friends via text, TikTok, Snapchat, and Instagram, more than a quarter of those students said they did not feel connected to teachers, classmates, or their school community. And there are some indicators that this plays out very concretely, such as in November, the Center for Disease Control reported the proportion of 12 to 17-year-olds emergency room visits related to mental health has increased 31% during the pandemic. Next slide, please. So we've gathered some perspectives from different students in different parts of the district. And I just wanted to put this one up and really draw your attention to the quote at the lower right-hand corner, because I feel like this really echoes what was reported in the New York Times, just so we don't think that that's a national thing, but it's not touching us here. This is a 9th grade student at Del Mar said, "I have only been on campus twice this year. Once was to get books. I do not know anyone and I feel isolated. There are no opportunities for me to make new friends. And I don't feel like I'm part of anything." Can we have the next slide, please? So the impacts of school closures to in-person services are likely to have long-term negative effects. It's pretty well established that educational attainment is strongly correlated to things like life expectancy, a person's lifetime earnings, their health over time. In November, the medical journal JAMA Pediatrics found that the school closures of 2020 could reduce educational attainment and life expectancy among children with a projected 5.53 million years of life lost in the United States. Now, I will say that our students are older, and I would like to hope that the effect is somewhat less detrimental on our older students than, say, kids in 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. But that being said, I definitely think that there are some pretty negative effects that are a consequence of distance learning only. So I think that it's right to think about the question of distance learning or in-person schooling as a choice with life or death implications, but it's not a straightforward calculation. It's not so easy to say which one actually creates more risk for the community than the other. I've had some people suggest to me that we shouldn't risk expanding in-person services if we absolutely don't know it'll make a difference. And I think one of the callers this evening may have said, how's it going to be any different if returning to class in COVID means being far apart and having not being able to do group work and not being able to do labs and things like that? Well, you know that we had a few of our administrators visit Los Alamitos Unified, and That's what school look. We have a picture here on the screen for you. That's what school looks like there. Rows, plexiglass, etc. And even with those limitations, that district was finding that at their middle school level, the marking period analysis indicated students in hybrid learning were performing better than those in distance learning. At their high school, they had nearly 100% attendance in their in-person program. And at the high school, their administrators told ours that student emotional and mental health is much better. Yesterday, on Twitter, I'm not very good at it, but every once in a while, I like to retweet an article that I think is a promising article. And if you happen to follow me, yesterday I retweeted an article from the Modesto Bee that showed the benefits of a in-person program that they're using there. So I can't promise that halfway measures are going to take care of all of the problems, and I don't expect that they will, but I don't think we can say that there will be no difference. Can we have the next slide, please? So there are some pretty big things for us to consider, though, if we do want to implement expanded in-person opportunities. One, what do our feeder districts plan on doing? And right before Thanksgiving break, I had an opportunity to talk with the superintendents of our partner districts, and they're hoping to try and increase the access for in-person services for students at some point in the spring. They don't know when. They know that it won't be an easy thing to do, but that's what they want to do. I think it's an important consideration for us because for many students who are not doing well under distance learning, if the feeder districts don't go back to school, they can't come back to us because they are responsible for looking out for little brothers and sisters at home. And as long as those little brothers and sisters can't go to school, we could invite them back and they couldn't come if they wanted to. Similarly, our staff, many of our staff have elementary school age kids. And again, if those schools are not open, that creates a huge demand from childcare that we may not be able to meet. The other consideration that I think is going to be a big one is the question of staffing. And as I mentioned earlier, we know that a number of staff, that should we ask them to come back to do in-person work, a number of our staff would qualify for an accommodation to remain distance only. And so that's another piece of the puzzle that's going to dictate how much we can increase in-person services. And then before I just talk about the details of the proposal, I just want to remind everybody that collective bargaining is part of the process, so that when I show some details tonight, I don't really expect that or asking for you to make a vote around the details that ultimately are going to be subject to collective bargaining. For example, bell schedule. That is something that we have an obligation to bargain with just the Campbell High School Teachers Association. So as I show some detail, often what I'm talking about is samples, but we will have to go through the process of negotiations to get down to what works or doesn't work. So can I have the next slide, please? So this is the timeline that was in the proposal that I gave you. And it suggested that when we come back on January 4th, we're still in distance learning. We're trying to expand connectivity hubs, but we could choose to do a new schedule that would make phase 2, would facilitate phase 2 make it more possible for students to take advantage of in-person opportunities. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit. And then January 14th, you have a tentatively scheduled meeting for January 14th. Now, you don't actually have your calendar until you vote on it at your December organizational meeting. But whether it's that meeting or the meeting after that, at some point in mid to late January, that could be a meeting that would act as a gate. I'm doing air quotes, a gate. Gateway meaning a place or which you choose. Do we want to open the gate and walk through to the next step on the path, or do we want to keep the gate closed? So that would be a time then for the governance team to take a look and see, well, what is happening in the state now? What are there new regulations that either hinder or support reopening? And do we have a surge that in fact is even worse than the one that is happening now after New Year's and Christmas break? And so at that gate point, trustees, you can say, you know what? We can't open that gate yet. And you can choose to say, well, let's come back and check and see if we can open that gate in another month. Or you could make the choice and decide, we don't think we're ever going to be able to open that gate this semester. But that's what I mean by saying a gate. So hypothetically, if on December 14th, you said, okay, let's go ahead and open the gate. Let's walk through. Then a plan would be in late January, instructional staff who have not been assigned to alternative accommodations, that they come to conduct distance learning from their classrooms without the students present. Basically, they're working on campus, but we still have distance learning happening. Part of the reason or idea behind having folks come work on campus is just so they can familiarize themselves with any changes to the physical plant that we've made or what their classrooms would be looking like with less density, et cetera. And then after about 2 weeks with that, then begin level 2 in-person services, such as teachers doing some in-person tutorials or having homework centers with teachers, et cetera. And then it has with a TBD, level 3, which is actual instruction happening in person. Those activities could commence after the county remains in the red tier for at least 14 days. And I've added, and feeder districts open significantly. Because again, I don't think we can get in front of them because for many of the students who are struggling, they couldn't come otherwise. Next slide, please. So this is a sample schedule change, and I want to emphasize again, this is a sample. We would ultimately need to engage with our labor partners in the process of collective bargaining around it. But really what the intent of this was to demonstrate this idea that if we're going to have students who get their instruction through distance learning and then come to tutorial, you can't have tutorials abutted up next to class time. So this compresses the instruction into the early part of the day so that the afternoon could be a time then to give time for students to get to campus and participate in some in-person activity. It doesn't necessarily have to look like this. There's other ways to do it. You could probably flip it if you wanted to. There's different variations, but this is a sample. It's really what I want you to understand is the intent, that if we don't have a different schedule, it's pretty hard to do level 2 because again, students wouldn't have time to have instruction at home and then get to campus to do in-person activities. I've been asked, well, what are we going to do? Because VTA times don't necessarily line up with, would not necessarily line up with an alternate schedule. And one thing that staff has made plans for is for each campus to perhaps have 2 buses, basically to run 2 shuttle buses at certain parts out in the neighborhood. So for example, Westmont has a number of students that live near Rosemary Elementary School. It's a pretty long way from Rosemary to Westmont, right? So we could have a shuttle bus at Rosemary that could pick students up right after their last class, or they can go to, they can walk to the bus area in Rosemary right after their last class, take a shuttle bus to school, be there for maybe 2 hours, get a bus back. Can we have the next slide, please? So before I speak to this next one, you know, the level 3, again, instruction, I've talked about previously different models to do to get to actually having instruction in person. And we've talked about the idea of a concurrent model, meaning teachers have some students in person with them, and at the same time, they have some students tuning in online, basically watching a live feed. That's one model. I'm not necessarily recommending it. In fact, I don't recommend it. There is a model where teachers repeat lessons, but I don't recommend that one either, because each student would actually get less time with their teacher. And then there is a model of doing some reorganization of student schedules to pair them with teachers to do some in-person learning. That's why for level 3, I'm proposing that that's possible with certain targeted students. Because for some students, it would not be, I do not think it would be overly disruptive to redo their schedules. So specifically, like struggling 9th graders, to have a different English teacher at the semester, I think is very reasonable. And you know, again, unfortunately, while I have nothing but praise for those teachers that have been able to make strong relationships with their students, in these cases, I think that for students who aren't doing well, these are teachers that they haven't met in person. And I think that we have families, and we know from our surveys that we have families who would say, I'm willing to have a schedule change to get in person. So would we be ready to get there? Would we be ready to go down this path? That's something that the leadership team decided to do. And I would say, yes, we will. In terms of prevention, we have physical distancing procedures in place. We have a stockpile of PPE we've talked about before. We would have masking requirements. And I think at the last meeting I mentioned that while I am not a fan of the zero tolerance, that was the way we used to do discipline back when I was a high school administrator, I think with masking, I would go back there again. We would have designated entry points and screening procedures in place. Our HVAC systems across the district, you know, we're having inspected by an external provider. And I do believe that we're in a place where I could say, if that classroom doesn't have MERV 13 or true HEPA, we won't use it. Cleaning and sanitation schedules, procedures we have developed. We've trained site administrators in what to do in cases that there are reports of COVID, et cetera. We are moving forward with our arrangements that have been facilitated by the County Office of Ed to have on-site testing. And so when we get to a gate, this will be one of the things, again, where I can give you an update on, and you can decide, yes, we're ready to go through the gate, or no, we're not. And if we're not, I'm going to be the first one to tell you we're not ready. And we've heard from some people, about it being scary. And it is scary. It's absolutely scary. And I had a conversation with my wife before I did the recommendations. And I said, if we're going to have some courses on campuses, I think I'll teach a section. And I said, are you okay with that? And she said, yes. I don't think it's because she doesn't love me. I think it's because she knows that it's important to me. So, when I first started going and visiting the hubs, I was kind of scared a little bit. I'm not as scared now as I was, a month ago, but I understand. I understand that. And I just want you all to know that I'm not going to say we're ready if I don't think that we have the pieces in place that we need. And so I think this last slide is going to put back up the 4 levels again for just kind of as a reference. And President Gallagher, I know you like to turn off presentation mode as soon as possible. So if you want to do that now, that would be fine. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you all have.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Bravo. I don't know how to do this. I mean, I can start with some thoughts unless there's specific questions or clarifying questions, and then we can move to board comments.
Can you, Dr. Bravo, just do a little bit of a review of, give us a window into how this plan and how you got to this recommendation? I know that there were like a series of steps. I'm trying to remember kind of all that has been involved and who has been working on it. Can you just give us a window into the process for how this recommendation came to be?
Well, it's really, here's a word I'm probably not going to say, amalgamation of all these kind of different inputs that we've had. So, we carried out, we surveyed students, we surveyed parents, we surveyed staff. We did focus groups, both with some staff focus groups. We had some interviews with individual students, et cetera. And we rolled out this 4-level framework to the LCAP committee, which consists of students, parents, and staff. But really, I have to thank my cabinet, the district office administrators that really put in the work of putting together the document.
Bob, I just wanted to say that I am so impressed that you use stage gates and readiness assessment. I think you might be ready to sit for the PMP exam.
I took the first class towards that, and I didn't take any of the rest, so I'm not too sure about that, but thank you.
All right, and Dr. Bravo, can you remind the board and I guess the public watching, what is the recommendation that what is the point of this meeting? What type of feedback are you looking for? What type of vote are you looking for? And what does that do?
Great. So a vote in favor of my recommendation basically gives direction to the district's negotiating team about what to do in meeting with CHSD's negotiating team, because we already have, as part of the MOU, we already have in place with the Campbell High School Teachers Association, we already have bargaining sessions in place for the next 3 Wednesdays, right? So this is really to give that team some direction. Do we want, are we going to negotiate with the idea of having things ready so that when and if the board decides it's time to expand in-person offerings, that we can do that or not? That's real. And again, a lot of the details are going to be, are still unknowns for us. What are the feeders going to do? will state regulations change, et cetera? But that is really what the ask is tonight. It's not a decision. It is not a decision as to whether or not absolutely to send people back. And it's not a decision for any specific timeline around that gate. The board can choose to move that gate, up or back. Does that answer the question?
It does. And is it safe to assume if there's not 3 votes to move forward with the recommendation, that essentially is saying that we will be in distance learning as it currently is until at least August of 2021? That's
likely what it would mean, unless someone had a novel alternative recommendation.
Okay. So if you want, board, I can kick us off with some thoughts that are, I hope you'll bear with me because there's so much here. I'm trying to condense to the extent I can on my notes.
I'm in favor of you starting.
Great, thank you. So I think it's the question really before us is, do we want to commit to distance learning for the rest of this academic year tonight? Or do we want to leave an option open to potentially have more in-person services, right? That's the way I'm taking this. And I think I'm also starting just with a lot of love in my heart for the board. There are items that come before this board where I will fight, and y'all, like, we duke it out. And I think come to a good place afterwards. This is not one of those. This is one where I'm going to state what I think. I don't know if it's right or wrong. You might have a radically different opinion than I do, and that's okay. So that's how I'm trying to approach this. And just more with love for all the people that put millions, not millions of hours, but like hundreds of hours into getting to where we're at today. Thank you, Dr. Bravo, to your team, to everyone who wrote in. We've received literally hundreds of emails about this, so I think we have a pretty good idea of like where people are at. So in trying to condense, I mean, this is a really big challenge. I think it's been one that's like been pretty eye-opening to me. Just stepping away from Campbell Union High School District for a second, right? I think a lot of the assumptions that I had about our country, our state, are just not true. They're not what I thought. We aren't who I thought we were, right? We were not prepared for this. America is not primed for success right now. And I think that's something I've slowly had to realize is that country that solved a lot of issues, in the past, like we're not there. We haven't seen a lot of leadership from the federal level. We haven't seen a lot of leadership from the state level. I don't think it's a party. I mean, in my mind, it's more of a party issue than not. But there's I think there's a lot of could be better. And I think it's also weird just watching this. Like, we live in this kind of like post-fact society now, where people have these radically different views, but like can't see the other viewpoint, or are very selective with facts and get in these bubbles. And then you hear people who like email and say like COVID's not real. It's just like bizarre. It's this bizarre thing that we're kind of living through right now. Or people picking and choosing which science they believe, which study they believe. So I've tried to take a step back and put my history teacher hat on. And like, if I was explaining this to students 200 years from now, like, a lot of what's happened seems pretty rational, right? There was a global pandemic where 1.5 million people across the world have already died, right? It makes sense that schools closed, right? It makes sense that it's hard for schools to reopen. It makes sense that kids did not do very well in virtual learning, right? There's a whole generation of kids who are going to be harmed by having to go through this. And they're making this really big sacrifice right now. And it's sad, right? There's sadness on both sides of that. So I think what I wanted to see in a plan was something that was well thought out, that took input in, that believed in science, that followed the science and the guidance of professionals, that listened and learned from what others are doing, and that has students and safety of our staff in mind at all times. And I think as I was reading through this, like, I was very impressed with just how much thought went into it. And I think it follows a lot of those things that I was looking for. But I also expect that, when people don't agree with things now, they attack the process, they attack the people. That's to be expected, right? That is just what government in 2020 looks like. If you don't get what you want, you attack the process, you attack the people. They don't care, right? And that's just not, in my opinion, rational. And I don't think we can get suckered into that. So the plan itself, where I'm at, right? If it's a decision between stay in distance learning and commit that tonight, or keep the option open of going back, I'm in favor of keeping an option open of going back, even if I'm not super hopeful that we can actually get there, given what a disaster things are right now. And I don't think it's going to get much better by January 14th, but I could be wrong, right? I think when you take those dates out of it, this is a really solid plan. I think it really is grounded in what would it look like to do more for the kids who are struggling, our most vulnerable students, in a safe way. I think that's what this plan tells us. I think it's flexible enough that it's not forcing us to go back at any pre-described time. There are gates, as Dr. Bravo put, that we have to think through and that aren't easy to get through. And I personally think that we cannot make a decision to completely close all those gates tonight without knowing what things are going to look like in the future. So those are my thoughts. I apologize if it was a lot, but I will be quiet now. Thank you.
Okay. I concur with a lot of what you said, Kaylin, but I have a slightly different take on it. And so I'm going to start off my comments by acknowledging the chaos of operating our schools during this global pandemic and thank the teachers, staff, administrators, and volunteers who've been working tirelessly to keep student learning moving forward. I know you are all exhausted. We all are. I have great confidence in the process that CUHSD has engaged to determine how to operate our schools during this pandemic. I think we made the right decisions in March and again in July regarding distance learning. And I also want to thank all the stakeholders who participated in preparing this recommendation. Your hard work is evident. What is also evident is that the situation is quite volatile and much has changed since socializing this recommendation started like 2 weeks ago. Looking ahead, I think we can count on that volatility continuing into 2021. So I think it's incumbent upon this governance team to not just take recent developments into consideration, but to also take a broader view of what reopening should look like. It is no secret that the framework that makes up public education today was implemented a century ago to prepare graduates for the industrial age. This factory assembly line model lacks personalization with a one-size-fits-all approach. The model worked in post-World War II economy because you could have a slice of the American dream with just a high school diploma and a good paying factory job. That world simply doesn't exist anymore. And what we also know is true is that our assembly line model of education is not working for so many students. We call it the achievement gap, which hasn't improved in decades. And it impacts students of historically marginalized communities harder than anyone else. What distance learning has now exposed is that it's not just those historically marginalized students that are struggling under the burden of this system. Now, I don't want to minimize the impact that the pandemic is having on those communities. I just want to point out that for the first time, our entire community is starting to understand the fractures and shortcomings of the current public education framework. It's not COVID or distance learning that is the root cause. It's this outdated model we utilize to educate our children. And the fact that so many of our teachers are at their breaking point right now is yet another data point that substantiates how poorly this framework serves our current generation of students. The bottom line is that we cannot return to a public education system that was broken in the first place. I think that doing so would be like operating under Einstein's definition of insanity, doing the same thing again and again, expecting a different outcome. We will be attempting to deliver student learning within a broken system, stretched beyond its limits by the impact of a poorly managed crisis and the unwillingness of our residents to do what is necessary to bring the transmission of this virus under control. How can we expect that under that reality, the outcomes we desire can be achieved? Since March, we've been living through confusion, disarray, turmoil, uncertainty, upheaval, and anxiety, trying to keep student learning moving forward. We have to acknowledge that this virus is a threat to everyone and stop justifying entrenched positions that individuals need not be part of the shared sacrifice required to normalize an environment that we can function in. I think now is the time to regroup and create what I would call a stabilization period, something that we do in projects after all of the chaos, and do that for the first part of the spring semester, and give our employees and our students the opportunity to recharge their depleted batteries. And we should prioritize personalization and accountability. Imagine the kind of environment we could provide our students if we were to take more time to listen to them and their families about their experiences. And as far as accountability, no one seems to like the idea of being held accountable. Yet without accountability, any plans that we come up with are destined for failure. Stakeholders have to have skin in the game. And I think now is the time to define and communicate what accountability looks like for students and teachers and staff and administrators and parents, so that we can achieve the success that we're striving for in the spring semester. In July, this board decided to keep our district in distance learning for the entire fall semester, in part because our employees told us it was what they needed to adapt to distance learning. I am not ready to take similar action for the spring semester, because despite the challenges we've encountered, we still have a responsibility and an opportunity to do better. But we can't go on with the rules of engagement from a pre-COVID era. We are dealing with issues not of our own making, and we have to stop acting like this is something only happening in our school district. Parents in Paris and Stockholm and Wisconsin and Texas and Rhode Island have the same fears for their children's futures as we do here. We need a new way of thinking, a new way of doing, a new way of engaging with all of our stakeholders to deliver on the promise an education provides for our students. And as leaders, our job is to remove obstacles for our employees so that they can deliver the outcomes we have asked of them. So let's take the time to clearly define the outcomes and measures that we want to see happen for the spring semester. Set those expectations, remove those obstacles, and let our employees do their best work.
I probably will take just a short bit of time, because I'm looking forward to hearing from the teachers that are on the board. The current, well, I guess can't say current, because Mrs. 40 years, I guess she's still teaching us every day. So thank you, Linda. I do, again, feel that it's important to say that the board doesn't get any other chance to talk about stuff except in a board meeting. So we're hearing some of each other's ideas or thoughts for the first time. And the board takes it very seriously that we don't talk outside of a boardroom. And so that sometimes this is, you come into this having no idea where anybody's lined up. And I think most of us were probably lined up in waiting to hear what we heard and then start to frame an idea of where we're going to go. I certainly appreciate the surveys that were presented to us, both the district and CUHSD, by the way. There were some definite things in there that I learned, that I had some thoughts, and some things were different than what I thought. So thank you for that. I've certainly had an opportunity to get an education on what's going on. There were plenty of articles referred to us by some of the emails from teachers and community members, but I didn't think that I would, be reading about Spain, France, Utah, a Central American country I can't remember. Just all the things that have gone into what we're trying to do. So I think what's important for me is that as we move forward, if we do move towards some type of phased comeback, that there's the check-ins, that we have the CDC, the state, and our county to lean on. Sometimes I think our county leads the country, but that all those things that will guide us to a safe way to return. I'm glad to hear that we don't expect to tell people to come back if they don't feel safe, because I understand why people are afraid. This is scary stuff. My dad's a pretty tough guy, and I'm pretty shocked to find out how afraid he is of this. I think he has the right reason. His wife is very, very at risk. He's as healthy as a horse. He walks 10 miles a day and still does. But his wife is at risk. So the other thing, and Dr. Bravo, I meant to ask this somewhere earlier than this, but you mentioned that you would be able to give us some idea about the PPE that's been obtained or what's coming. Where are we at on that? And I think giving us an idea on that would be a good idea. You don't have to give it this second. I'll finish up here and then you can chime in there. I was glad to see, I couldn't picture what it would look like if a teacher was teaching both online and in a classroom, or from home with some students in their classroom and some online. And a parent did forward to me a link that Midi High School provided some of those examples. And I was glad to see that teachers that were just like our teachers were able to do it. There were examples of them doing it. And it didn't look that different from what we do before distant learning. But I would guess that some have done something and that we might be able to learn from. So that's where I'm at right now. I feel good that you're not asking for us to ask that we all come back. I feel good that you're asking us to take a look at where we might be as we move forward, if there was an opportunity. And like you said, right now there's not an opportunity to open. We're not at that stage. We're at a peak that we probably wouldn't want to put people at risk at.
Can I go next? Okay. I've got notes, comments, questions all over the place. I've never sat at a desk that was such a mess. So I'm just going to hit a couple and then keep circling back around until I get through everything, because some of you may have the same questions. Stacy, that was remarkable. You said a whole lot in that, and I think you gave it a great deal of thought, and I think there's some very important pieces in that. I want to start first with something that I think has come out of distance learning that has been a positive that can be carried forward into a return to normal, we pray for at some point, or a return to a better normal, as Stacy suggested. And that is the vast amount of content that our teachers have created and are still creating daily. They are producing lessons and in a format that will be accessible to students for several years out, you know, and I only say for several years, but even then you can go back in and you can update and tweak. You may not have to start completely over, but if you think about normal school, students who benefit enormously from hearing a lesson twice would have the opportunity to do that because there'll be this incredible vault of content. Students who've been absent will be able to hear content because this is being created for every single day. There aren't gaps in it. It's being created for a curriculum. Now, is the curriculum perhaps a bit truncated compared to normal times? That might be the case. So in normal times, there might be some gaps in that library of accumulated material. But I think there's real value in that because going back, it's going to really help with differentiated instruction, that there is asynchronous instruction, a vast amount of it that wasn't available before that will now be available. And in line with that, I have to confess myself utterly mystified to see in a document that is so incredibly thoughtful and obviously took so much hard work on the part of so many people. But I was just mystified by that January 25 teachers will teach to an empty room thing. I'm sorry, but that just makes zero sense to me. First off, I said this in an earlier meeting, we have an equity issue with that. It's our young teachers who primarily cannot afford to live in this area and have significant commutes. So it puts a time burden on some people that it does not put on others in a way that I don't find equitable. Second, I don't see the point. If it's the idea of getting people used to being back on campus, that's sort of like saying I should go to bed tonight fully dressed because I have an appointment in the morning. It doesn't take very long to get back in the saddle. And you don't have to start doing that for weeks. Listen, my classroom felt so familiar to me. I probably could have negotiated it as a blind woman. So I don't think there's a great deal of readjustment needed. When the time comes to go back in the classroom, go back in the classroom. But I don't see the point, and I do see huge disadvantages. Even if everybody had exactly the same commute time, you've still got wasted time going to and fro. You've got the business of coming in contact with other adults and then creating cleaning for the staff to have to do after you leave. But the big thing for me, and I know this because I've done it and done it and done it, is having everything where you need it when you have a big job to do. So if you are creating content at home, and people are doing that right now, a few are using their classrooms to create content, but most are creating it at home. So you have your tools at home, and you have your resources at home, and your reference stuff at home, and everything that you need is there, and your notes and whatever all. All right, you got to truck it into the workplace. And then when you're done, you need to truck it home, because a teacher does not live life in little compartments. You don't do an 8-to-5 job. So you get home, and maybe you get home at 4 o'clock, which is earlier than most people get home. But you get dinner and you deal with the kids and you do all that kind of stuff. And then when you have some peace and quiet, 8, 9 o'clock, you may be creating content again. Well, guess what? Your tools and your references and your stuff is all down in the classroom, unless you're hauling it back and forth every single time. I also did an awful lot of that kind of work at 4:45 a.m. in the morning, because it was the only time I could count on not being interrupted. So to me, the biggest sin anybody can commit against me is to waste my time unnecessarily, because my time is incredibly valuable. I don't get it. I've heard people say it over and over. It's a cliche that the older you get, the less time you have, the faster life seems to go, like a greased bullet through butter. But it does. And I have so many projects, so many things I'm working on, and those things matter to me. And if you get under my wheels in any way and waste my time so that you dilute my focus, I'm unhappy with you. So I think you can get that that particular little item in the plan is a non-starter for me. Okay. I want to relinquish my time to somebody else, and I'll come back to some other things on my list.
All right. Man. I have been staying up late at night, tossing and turning, thinking about students, thinking about teachers, thinking about schools reopening. And you know, I've tried to come up with, okay, what are my thoughts? What do I think is the right thing to do? And I keep coming back to, it's so complicated. And if it was easier, we would all be doing it already. And so I also think, you know, a couple of people have mentioned this, that it feels a little bit ridiculous to me that every district is making its own decisions around this when this is a health crisis, and I am not a health expert. And yes, I am an educator, and that gives me some perspective. You know, and we did something that, you know, a lot of districts have not had Dr. Roy come in. We've done a lot of work, but, you know, when I thought, and when I continue constantly thinking about this, I think about, okay, I'm in this role. What is the responsible thing to do? How do I lead from my values? And what I've come back to is I want to be as informed as possible. I have been reading everything. I've been talking to everybody. You know, I have just been trying to, I think I really am hoping that I'll read that one certain thing and then magically I'll get the answer. But guess what? That's not going to happen, because this is an impossible decision. This is a decision that is being made on behalf of many people, where there is no possible ideal situation that perfectly accommodates for every single individual within our system. And like Stacy mentioned, you know, we have an ideal of what could be happening in our broader context, and we want to create education. We want to provide learning opportunities for students in a way that's really different. And at the same time, we're not in that reality yet. We're still right here, right now. And so while and so there's no, I've read every single email, and there are people telling whose perspective is, for my son, for my daughter, for my child, this is not working and they need to be in school. I have gotten emails from other people that are saying, for my dad to go back to work, I am terrified because he's high risk. That's not going to work for him. And at the same time, I'm thinking about all of our students who are underserved already, who are failing classes even more so. And at the same time, there are other people, and we had just reports of the number of emergency room visits we're getting. We know that there are students, there are adults in our larger community that have died by suicide. This is not an easy, and believe me, it weighs very, very, very heavily on me. And so what do we do? And so the only thing I can think to do in these situations, and I'm just kind of giving you a window into some of my process here, because I'm not really sure what else to do, is to go to leaders that I look up to and people who have made big change and made big decisions. And what I keep coming back to is Maya Angelou's, do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. Because this is a situation that is constantly evolving. You know, we had pressure a couple months ago to make a decision for spring semester. And guess what? We had an order just last weekend. And if we think about those dates that are proposed right now, that's another 2 months from now. There can be a lot that's going to happen. And because this is a new situation, we're in it right now, we're figuring it out as we go, we learn more and more. So we have more information than we did in July at this point. We have more information than we did in October. And we're in a very different reality. We're in purple now. I don't know if at some point the state's going to have different colors and shades of purple, because the purple we were in a week ago is very different than the purple we are in now, which is very different than the purple we're probably going to be in another week or two. And so there's like all of this context around. And so given all of that, you know, who are these people who are also dealing with our staff members are also dealing with all of their children at home, all of these things, are trying to figure out the very best that they can, what is the best for the most people. And so if I think about that, and if I think about our students who are faring the worst right now, just to close off the option of we're definitely not coming back for all of next semester when that is 6 months from now. And if we look back to 6 months ago, that was like almost the beginning of COVID, a lot can change, and maybe it won't. And maybe we'll still be in purple 3 months from now. I like that the plan is phases, because I think that no matter when we do come back, we are going to come back eventually. It needs to be in phases. There's not going to be a case, at least I can't see one, in which all of a sudden we're back to how we were doing it before. That's just not going to happen. And so at some point, whether it's in January, March, next August, January 2022, we need a plan. And so the more time we have to be making the plan and actually making forward progress on it, I see that as a good thing. And so I am supportive of this plan because it is in phases. It has had input, lots of input from the community. And I think one thing that, you know, we get confused about is input versus consensus, right? So given all of the needs and all of the desires, that still boils down to there's still not consensus. So what's the best good for the most people, even if it's unpopular? At this point, I think we can't, we know we can't go back to school right now. I don't think it's going to be likely in January. I think that those dates are probably not going to happen. And well, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know what the cases are going to look like in 6 weeks, 8 weeks from now. We don't know that yet. And at the same time, we don't know that it's not going to get better and that there's not going to be a vaccine. Maybe there will, maybe there won't. And so for me right now, given all of that rumbling that I just put out there, that I'm sure is probably incomprehensible to most people, I'll just come back to, do I want to have an option at some point? Could we come back if we're able to? Yes, because I think that that is what is best. And I will comment a little bit, Linda, on what you were describing in terms of being back in the classroom while teaching to an empty classroom, because that's what I wake up and do every single day. And I will say that there are routines. And when I first went in, that was scary to go back in. There are routines that we have figured out and procedures with the adults on campus. Setting up my teaching situation after having taught for 6 years, like I had it kind of down, but for this situation, it's a whole new thing. And so I've had to spend a lot of extra time figuring out how to have my monitor, how to have my computer, where are the plugs, because I didn't have to do that before and all those years. And so while I can understand how it looks like it doesn't make sense, I can understand how, if we were going to be moving back, like if I were about to be having some students in my classroom, I would want some time, whether it's 2 weeks, whether it's a week, I don't know what there's no magic number. However, I will say that having time to acclimate to the space does seem necessary from a current teacher point of view, but that could just be me personally. And let me just check all my notes here, because there's just a lot here. But the other thing is that the concurrent, that just doesn't sound good to me. I mean, I'll do it because I probably will have to, because that's what my district is telling me that I'm supposed to do. But it just doesn't sound like the best solution for student learning. And then I'll stop there.
About the student board members.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts. I know Gitanjali and I have been talking a lot the past week, just trying to sort of navigate through what we think, and just, a lot of different things have been going on. And
by the way, they get to talk amongst themselves. There's no
we do, yes. Sorry. we violate the rules. I guess Brown Act is kind of getting.
You're allowed to, yep. Go ahead.
You guys don't make up a part of the Brown Act.
Oh, man, darn.
That's okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So, all right. I guess just trying to speak on behalf of students, because I think everyone said a lot of really good points. I really agree with a lot of it. I think just I really worry for my fellow students. I think I could go out and ask any group of 20, 25 students, and hate to say it, their mental health is probably going down. They feel that they're not learning as much. And I'm not trying to blame teachers. I'm not trying to blame admin. It's a very, very difficult situation. But if you find me a group of 30 students that are fully supportive of just staying with exactly what's happening and are totally fine, I don't know if that would exist. I mean, I feel like I had a better opinion on what was happening, and then we kind of hit purple tier and everything sort of started, oh, well, now I have to consider, oh yeah, COVID's still here. Forgot about that. That could come back. But I really think if there were any way of just, if we stay with distance learning, if we just go with the same thing we've been having, I don't think in those 2 weeks we're going to magically solve all these problems. I don't think if, having another semester, more time, teachers plan out, do more, that is really going to help the students that much. I don't think those failing rates are going to change. I don't think the absentee rates are going to change if we continue with the same system we have. I think that's a reality. I don't see it happening that we can just make classes more interactive, make a couple grades a little higher. Like I don't think the path we are on is really going to shift that much. And I know it's much more when looking at this plan. I think from just an educational standpoint, how are we looking at the students that are really struggling? I think Gitanjali and I were kind of coming with the example that 80%, 20% was kind of one way we were looking at it. How are we helping the 20% that are really in danger right now, that are really going for those long-term consequences, which I think is kind of the best way of putting it. How are we really attacking them and focusing on that, and still trying to keep it where it is for those 80% and trying to improve on things. I think there's just a lot of different parts with this plan, and I think we've been kind of torn by it and the pros and cons. But just I think not doing anything and keeping with the same flow and expecting to improve certain parts, that can't happen, at least for me. I think we have opportunities to try something new. I think we have to leave it open after today's meeting. But I think we really got to think of what students are going through right now. And I don't know if this is the ideal plan. I know at some point I'd like to circle back to my thoughts on the schedule, just so I can kind of keep passing it along, because I'm sure that'll come up. But yeah, I think those are my thoughts for now. But I do have one other thing. We did a mental health survey, I think a couple weeks ago. And just a couple student points. We got about 1,400 students, at least 100 from all 5 of the major schools. We didn't get any, we got very few from Boynton. And just a couple stats is, of these students, which represent, I believe, 19% of the district, maybe something like that, over 50% of the students said their stress level was above an 8 out of 10, being very stressed. And of the people, when we asked one question, how has your mental health changed? 64% said declined, only 13% said improved. And I think this kind of holds true with any groups of students that we find. I think this holds true, and just we really need to consider that. I know there's so many difficult things going on. There's so many different factors going on, but we need to do everything we can to get those people back in person. Because I think even if it's not the in-person instruction and it's just the activities, just the study halls and just working through things, the impact of just being around other people is huge. And just as a student who, most of the people I see have just been through a screen like this, and same with Gitanjali, same with everyone else, like just having that physical area, I think people are really underestimating what that can do. So those are, I'll circle back at some point with other thoughts, but that's what I got now.
Yeah, I have notes here. I have notes on my screen. There's just so much. We've had so many meetings, and I feel like every meeting our stance kind of changes. And as COVID has really just changed within the week, we all still don't know where we really stand. My biggest worry with us not like I'm not suggesting that we commit for the semester. I disagree with that. But when we implement plans and as COVID changes, I want to make sure that it's not too fluctuating. That if we open things back up for students and for teachers, that they have a warning and they kind of know in advance that this is something that's going to happen. Because I know it'll become, when we implement this new schedule, and if we do, it's going to disrupt a lot of people's plans, a lot of people's how they take care of their family, how if they have a job, things like that. And I'm just worried that if we start, as we start opening up a little bit more, that we communicate so it's like it doesn't throw off a greater population of our students. But I agree, school isn't just about education. That's a huge part of it, but it really, it's where we make our friends. It's where we learn how to communicate. It's a lot more than just learning how to do math and things like that. So I do think that we need to implement more plans of us coming back in person, whether that be through tutorials as we start off, and then building that up to becoming a fully hybrid model. There's just, I agree that there are some things that we want to talk about in terms of the schedule. I think that's definitely, as we've talked to students, and we've been like hearing that as conversations in our classes, there are a few things that we are a little bit worried about if we do implement it just as is, as recommended, but that's, someone else can bring that conversation up, and I want to hear your thoughts on that as well. Just one quick question for you, Dr. Bravo. Like for tutorials for us, kind of how we imagine it is that we go into one class for 30 minutes, like how it was like in person, and we would ask that teacher questions, things like that. Is that the similar format that we're going to stick to in this with if we go to phase 2? How is that going to really work with contact tracing? Because I know in the workshop, that's a huge thing that we were talking about, where we were keeping track of attendance and who sat where, who was within the 6 feet. And if this is kind of like an invitation where you can come on if you need help, how are we going to monitor COVID in that way?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, we're looking at some different options there. One of the things that one of the principals proposed is, rather than thinking about these that there could be different models. So there could be a model where basically a student makes an appointment. So you don't have like if you have, let's say you have 10 students or 11 students come for a tutorial, but they're not necessarily all there at the same time, that, that there's time slots they can make appointments for. One of the things that the plan talks about a little bit is really creating a, for lack of a better term, a ticketing system. Because for contact tracing purposes, because we couldn't just open the gates and say, hey, come and put your head in the door, and if there's room in the classroom, just go ahead and go on in. So use a system where students link to student ID, where they would either scan their ID or input their ID into the system, and it would check the list and say, yep, you have, you're on for today. You signed up and you're in, and that kind of a thing. So that's sort of the idea about what it would look like.
Okay, thank you.
Could I circle back to something Kiki said? Kiki, you said it's going to be in phases. It's not ever going to be that we just come back. And I think the most important part of that you said was, we have to remember that input is not consensus. And that's absolutely true. I don't know how valid any surveys are. We've recently found out that even national polling can be meaningless. But surveys sometimes are all we have to work with. And I have one that I printed out. I don't know whether it closed on November 12 or it simply was formatted and put in our hands November 12. I'm not exactly sure when it was done. But this was a survey of parent preferences. And we had no reply from 41%. But of those who replied, 31% preferred staying in distance learning, 27% preferred hybrid. So it was a split with a slight preference in favor of remaining in distance learning. That comes a little closer to consensus maybe than if we looked at our email inboxes would lead us to believe. I think that what's sad for me, and I know the pain and the frustration and none of us like this. All of us are having mental health issues to some degree or another. I mean, nobody finds this an optimal situation for any reason. But the parents that are the most adamant that they want their students to return to school, I have to wonder if what they're really envisioning deep down, although they may actually know better, but I think in their hearts what they're sort of feeling is they just want school to be like it was. They want to return to normal. And that simply at this particular point in time can't happen. It's not going to be that no matter what we do. So I think the best we can hope for is something that does something, as Riley said, for the kids who are really struggling the most. And then Gitanjali, you were asking about tutorial time. That's where I got a little bit lost in the swamp of the document. On my pages are different because I got it in Word format and then kind of condensed it down for myself from 25 to 17 pages and tried to wrestle the monster and color code it and make notes. And interacting with the document helps me to know the document. Otherwise, I don't do too well that way. So I'm not sure what page it is for you, but it's on the first page of level 2 descriptors. And it says at the bottom of the third paragraph, students who are already on campus for a hub will have priority for requests, will have priority for the first tutorial slots, while students coming from off campus would be scheduled for the later tutorial slots. Now, before I go on, first off, if I'm a student and I'm in distance learning and something happens that morning in class that leads me to think, okay, I just don't get that. I need a tutorial slot. It may be that for the same day to get a tutorial slot, those slots are already booked. In other words, I don't know how much leapfrogging there's going to be. So if I have if I feel a burning need to get some help that day, it might be I can't book a slot for several days out. By then I may have talked to other students online and gotten myself sorted. So let's say I booked a slot, but then I no longer feel I need to show up for the slot. And I've kept somebody else out of that time. So now you go into the 5-star tracking system. Okay, admin will monitor participation with the 5-star tracking system already used by most comprehensive sites using a barcode scanner or student ID input to compare against a list of student IDs for particular events and or tutorials. Students will be issued a virtual ticket in the system based on when they would be coming to campus. Once they arrive, they're checked in and the system indicates whether they were issued a ticket or not. Okay, right there. I'm just kind of wondering if the whole process doesn't serve as kind of a deterrent. Like it's, okay, we've already learned to jump through all these different hoops. We've learned to manage our distance learning schedule. We've learned how to do all these things online. And now here's another thing I have to do just to be able to walk in and see somebody in person. Usually when you want people to do a thing who aren't inclined to do it anyway, and here's the thing, it's our students who are in the most trouble, who are already the least inclined to do it. The students in the least trouble, somebody like you, Gitanjali or Riley, I mean, you guys are like high-powered little, give me the next challenge so I can chew it up and spit it out people. And if there's anything that you feel you need to know, you climb over glass to get there and get it. But it's the students that we need to reach the most through this process that I'm not sure are going to, number one, book the appointment, get in the car, get down there, because it's a level of motivation and initiative that they are already struggling with, whether from depression or for whatever reason. They're not joining tutorials online, where it's actually much easier than the process I just described. So I just want to put that out there and see if any people have thoughts about what I just said.
I think you're absolutely right, Trustee Goitia, that the process that is in and of itself can be a deterrent for some folks. And I guess I'd say two things. One is what we've talked about in terms of like somebody taking a slot and then not using it. You know, we have talked about allotting students so many like no shows or tickets basically, so that you can't just keep pulling tickets and not showing up, that you exhaust your ability to pull tickets at a certain point, if that's the pattern.
Do we have people trained to do all this monitoring? I mean,
well, we use the 5-star system of 4 out of the 5 comprehensive high schools already. And often campuses use it for tutorial purposes when they were in-person tutorials.
okay.
Second, what we're talking about is potentially pre-scheduling some students to tutorials and then having some spots then that are available just based on student initiative. So for those students who are particularly not doing well, then the admin, the administrators, counselors could talk to those parents and say, look, we're going to pre-schedule your student into this tutorial at this time. All right, so taking so many slots, holding them open to those, get some commitment or buy-in from the family, let them know, look, we're going to have a shuttle bus, you know, that's going to pick them up. That'll be 1 block from your house. And on this particular day, it's going to take them, it's going to bring them back. And then have some slots then, as I said, more left to the student initiation for that student who just wants to go ahead and initiate and has the sense of agency to do that. But absolutely, it's not going to represent sort of like it's no silver bullet.
I have a lot more, but somebody else can have a turn.
Yeah, so I'll jump in. So just taking back to the big picture, the decision tonight before us is, do we want to remain in distance learning until the end of this school year? Or do we want to have this plan from which we could, in theory, potentially move beyond where we're going right now? I think staff has demonstrated this is a thoughtful plan. I think it is one based in safety. I think it is one that is targeting the students who need the most support. And it has so many outs that I don't think that January 14th is going to be realistic. I do not have a lot of faith in our community's ability to stop spreading COVID. But it may be we meet on that day because we're having a board meeting anyways. And it's like, okay, well, look, we'll try again March 1st. If it doesn't work, we're just never, like, it's done, right? It gives us that option. And so because of that, I know people probably have more questions and things, but at this point, I'm gonna make a motion to approve this proposal.
Yeah, we have a lot more to talk about.
That's great. I just want a motion on the floor. So I'm making a motion. Is there a second?
I can second that.
All right. So there's a motion by me, a second by Robert. So that motion is on the floor. Board, back to discussion and questions.
So, I'm still hearing, we're talking about details of how we were going to do this within the context of the current system. And I get it. It's hard to think about ways that we can streamline and improve things and be outcomes based, which is, I don't think, something that our current education system takes into account and things like that. But like, for example, when you guys talk about, I don't know that we'll be ready by January 14th to, go walk through any gates. In private industry, when you're managing a big project like this, you do readiness assessments every week. right? You don't just wait until you get to a point in time and go, nah, not yet. So we're going to have to be thinking about how we're going to operate a little bit differently to try to, I think, maybe put some less anxiety into the volatility and the uncertainty of what conditions are going to be to allow us to try some expansion. I am supportive of, the proposal because, as I said, I think the process is good. I trust the process. I have confidence in the process. I think we've done the right thing throughout with the process at each moment in time. But we're going to have to act with a lot more agility moving into 2021 because it's just, it's like Dr. Fauci says, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And we have to be ready to do that. So, I do want to have some consideration of ways that we can think differently, do differently, and engage differently, right? Because if we were to, have some discussion about, like, really, what are the expectations for next semester? What do we want to really see happen at the end of the day? I kind of think about, sometimes in like some, if you watch like the old World War II movies and there's a crippled plane trying to land and, the crew is there jettisoning everything that they don't need anymore so that they can land the plane safely. I think that's where we're at right now. I think the idea of, I just think we have to think about that for all of our students. It's like, what are we hoping for all of these students, this 80-20 piece that that I think Riley and Gitanjali articulated so well. What is it, and I think of this in terms of like my youngest son, his last year in school. He had a lot of mental health struggles. And for me, sometimes if he got out of bed in the morning, went to school and stayed the whole day, that was success. Let's celebrate. So I think we have to, as part of this plan, I think we have to really get clear about, like, where are the goalposts? What is it that if we get to June and we've been able to do this, we'll be able to have cake and pat ourselves on the back?
Can I jump in? I've got so much to say, I'm afraid of stepping on everybody else's toes. I wanted to ask some questions about where students are with some of these things. First off, I'd like some data on how effective are the connectivity hubs that we're currently running. How well they're attended as opposed to the numbers we were expecting or are expecting. What's our % of daily attendance in the connectivity hubs that we currently have? I'd also like to know, have we surveyed the students to see how many would come to campus for in-person tutorials? Did we do a student survey? And I know that you said that earlier, I think Dr. Bravo, you said that you did, and a bunch of them said that they would. I mean no discourtesy at all, but a bunch is not a data point for me. I kind of like to know how many out of how many and how many were asked. So I'd like something a little more concrete about how many might be willing to do that. And if they do, the other thing is, what will be our metric? How will we know? How will we know if it will actually make things better than coming to an online tutorial? I'd like to know how we would measure that. And then I want to go back to the schedule for just a moment. Same thing. Have we surveyed the students to see if they would like the phase 2 schedule change? And I have a question around schedule change in any case. Should we change a bell schedule for something that might not happen or might not happen for a while out, because everybody has had to adapt to so much. And one of the things that we do kind of have going for us right now is that, I don't know, Riley, Gitanjali, you can tell me how you feel about this, but do you feel you sort of have gotten a bit comfortable with the schedule? You sort of know what you're doing. You've got a little bit of a rhythm there, and then we change that again. With regard to changing it, so first of all, I'd like to know what students feel about that, if they've been surveyed, and if not, why not? And right now, I know that the day starts for most students at 9 a.m. If I have this right, you have a tutorial in between first and second period, correct? So if you don't attend the tutorial, you have a little bit of a break, or you can go to the tutorial. The tutorial is optional, is that right? Okay. And then after period 2, you have a full hour for lunch. And then you have period 3. I'm a little concerned about 3 70-minute periods with only 10 minutes in between, because I know that most students do not get up early enough to have a proper, well-balanced food pyramid, nutritious breakfast. And at some point, the brain needs a little food to keep learning. Now, I guess at home you can sit at your computer and nosh, but if you asked me to Zoom for 3 70-minute periods with 10-minute breaks in between, I think I don't know. I get a little computer weary myself in shorter periods of time than that. So I'm a little concerned about that. Also a little bit concerned about the super early start time for kids who are taking the 0 or 7th period, the early morning class, which I think would now start at 7:25. You know, this is not a new problem. COVID didn't make this problem. We've been kicking this problem around for decades, and we haven't solved it because we just don't have enough hours in our day for everything that we want to get done. So we have early start classes for kids who want to take those particular units. We try to get everybody out in time for sports or jobs or whatever. COVID didn't create that problem. But I do understand that there are people who have concerns about starting really, really early, and then on top of that early class, having 3 70-minute periods with nothing but 10-minute breaks in between. So I think that's something I'd like to hear a little bit more about or see a little bit more work on. And I also would like to know how the students who attend SVCTE, how that schedule lines up with the proposed bell change schedule. Because if it doesn't, SVCTE keeps trying to align with us. They went from a 3-period morning and afternoon class to a 2-period class, which meant instruction had to get really efficient to keep kids from missing too much at their homeschool due to travel time. How has anybody looked at, and I would imagine because this is very thorough, somebody has, but how it aligns with kids who go to and from SVCTE? And so I'll pause and regroup my thoughts there.
Thanks for the pause, because that's a lot of questions. So
yep.
I will try, and I might miss some, but I will try my best. So can I get the slide up with the results of the student survey we did on the tutorial?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
It's in the reference section of the deck. So
which survey is this? Oh, sorry.
This was the flash survey we did right before break, right before we went to the Thanksgiving break, where we asked students, their interest in utilizing an in-person tutorial. And while they're working on finding that for us, so to bring it up for you. So did we survey students specifically around the sample schedule that we have in front of you? No, we did not. It is something that we discussed with LCAP and with my student advisory committee in sort of the focus group fashion, but we didn't do a mass survey about that. So this question, if schools were to offer the following activities or academic supports in person during spring semester, how likely would you be to participate? And this was sort of a flash survey that we leveraged some social media in a very short window, response window time, and it actually got pretty good response. So it is a sort of a Likert scale from extremely unlikely to participate to extremely likely. So in terms of the first bar, the academic support, we did have half the students of the 1515 say that they were not likely to use it, right? But we had, you know, about half saying that they were somewhat likely to extremely likely. Where we got a lot of likelies was around anything having to do with activities, clubs, or extracurriculars. And mental health support, connectivity hubs, not as much.
What about a targeted survey of the students that are getting D's and F's? Have we thought about doing that?
We did not do that.
Okay. I think that's the one that we really need to bear down on.
You know, I think somebody talked about that. I think it might have been you, Linda, that talked about the accuracy of surveys and polling. You know, there's an old expression, anywhere you see 3 opinions, you'll find at least 2 rabbis. So I don't know how much more, I don't know how data informed these decisions can really be. And I think, like I said, we have to start thinking about this in a new way. So when we talk about the schedule, and I think we got into a little bit of trouble here, because when you put something in writing and send it around to socialize it, you know, people walk away with the, oh my God, this schedule is terrible. And I have to be back in my classroom on January 25th, right? And that's not the context of what's in the plan. The context came tonight in the conversation and in the action that we're taking. But when you put it in writing, everybody just kind of gets drawn into this rabbit hole of discussing the details of the schedule, you know, and things like that. As you mentioned, part of the process, part of the current framework of our public education system is that our labor partner, CUHSD, has to bargain changes to the schedule. And, you know, like I said, we need a different way to engage. I think the better way of looking at it is not that we're going to be bargaining over what the schedule might look like, but that we're going to be collaborating over what the schedule might look like. And we're going to, you know, look for their subject matter expertise on how to plan out a day in distance learning and things like that. And that's how, I mean, that's really the types of things that I'm envisioning in this. I think if we, to Riley's point, if we just keep doing the same thing, I agree with him. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. We got to change some things up, and how we engage with each other and how we unite and come together to, like I said, do better, keep moving. I think that's where the opportunity is, and that's where I hope we can get to as a community.
Well, I think that this would be maybe a great time, though, to hear from the students and their concerns about the schedule. Because Trustee Goitia, the concern that you pointed out about the amount of time between the classes, I think was one that the students shared. I assume they still feel that way, but we should hear from them.
Yeah. Yes, we have some concerns about the schedule. One thing, and just looking at it, I don't know if it wants to be shared just so people can see it at home, but at least I think one of our biggest worries is that moving everything up assuming a student has a 0 period, which actually this would fit my schedule. I have 0, 1, 2, 3. So I take all 4 classes. It would be about 5 hours and 20 minutes. I would only have about 40 minutes of break. And we're just a little worried that that might just seriously burn out some students. You know, I have more break in between my first and second class, or I have the same amount of break between my first and second class right now than the entire 5 hours I would have in this new schedule. At least, and there's going with that. And then just kind of looking at it further. So if I'm one of the students that are already having a lot of trouble at home, already struggling with a lot of things, I kind of have to compact my schedule at the top of the day. And then I have to get to campus, assuming I can commute and I have someone who can get me there, which is, you know, not always super likely at that time of day. And then expected to come on campus with, it looks like maybe a 30-minute break. If I'm not wrong, Dr. Bravo, with like the first tutorial would maybe start. I guess, is that right? Is that 1:15 to 2? Would that just be for the connectivity hubs?
Yeah, that's what, when the plan talks about the early session being there, those are for the students that are already there, so they don't have the travel time.
Okay, so that's just the connectivity hub. So yeah, the other students that come on campus, they would get there by 2, right? Is that
2:15 in this sample? It's just
in this sample. No, yes, yeah. So students would. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like, and I don't know how that 3 to 4 is going to go, but it kind of just seems like it'd be about 45 minutes on campus, maybe if that. And we're just like, are students really going to come for 45 minutes of instructional time? You know, like, does that, are we really certain that's going to happen? Is it going to be that beneficial? Like, you know, like, I'm not positive. And I also don't know if it's going to target the right students that really need the help. You know, like, I think a big part of considering is, and I hate to say it, but often the students that are not performing as well are often in those lower income families and often can't get a ride to school at 1 o'clock in the middle of the day or 2 o'clock in the middle of the day. And just, even if they could, is it really worth it for a 45-minute in-person study hall? And do students really want that in-person study hall? You know, I think besides Gitanjali and I don't think anyone's really seen this schedule, except it was brought up in a couple of our classes the past couple of days. It was brought up in our leadership class, and we kind of talked about it. It was brought up in Gitanjali's, I think, Gov class. And I mean, that's maybe, I have a big leadership class, so it's maybe 80 students plus the 2 of us. And a lot of people really didn't like the schedule. It was pretty overwhelmingly against what was going on. And I think it was just, you know, everything being compact, not sure if you're really going to take advantage. And, you know, maybe we're missing something too. And I don't like to think that the 2 of us represent all 8,000. Like, there could be a lot of people that want to come in person. There could be a lot that will really benefit. But we're not sure if students are really there with this schedule, I guess. And that's, yeah, I don't think students really had a great chance to see this in the past week. I don't know how they would react to this new schedule. I think it might stress out a lot more. But those are just some of my thoughts. And I'm just looking at, like, if I'm a struggling freshman or sophomore and I have all of those classes at the start and I'm feeling pretty burned out, and then to come to school and only get maybe 45 minutes if I get the sign up that day, if my teacher's there, we don't even know those logistics. What's the net benefit here is, I guess, kind of my final thing. But yeah.
Really just adding on to that, we haven't gotten a chance to really show as many students as we would like to see the schedule, but from what we've been hearing, this change isn't really what students have been asking for. Like, our priority really is to make sure that students' mental health, like, we know, has decreased because of this time, but we want to make sure it doesn't get worse because of the schedule, and I'm fearing that it will. I think that 40 minutes of break from 7:25 to 12:45 and only having 40 minutes is a little bit crazy. And like from what we've been hearing at our site visits, it's hard to sit behind a screen. It's really easy to get distracted. And just that's not enough break to really get your eyes off the screen, really relax and take what you learned from the last class and move on to the next class. It's really just back to back to back to back. And I'm just worried that we're only going to stress more students out. Like the 80-20 example, I'm worried that it's going to become a 70-30, where a lot more students are going to end up struggling with this schedule, and we're only going to hurt more people with it. I'm also worried about Branham specifically, because I know that Branham has a schedule where we don't have 0 period. We have first period, and I know that a lot of freshmen and sophomores especially have a first period that starts at 7:40, and they're not too happy about that. So I don't know how happy they'll be about it moving to be at 7:25. I think that is a little bit too early. I feel like Riley can talk more about his opinions on 0 period, since I'm not taking one right now. But I'm just worried that it is too early, and people are a little bit comfortable with school starting at a later time. But especially just for Branham students, since they didn't really sign up for for that time schedule, so just wanting to advocate for them. A few other concerns that I have. This might show that most students might not need to come onto campus, or might not qualify to really come onto campus. So realistically, their school ends at 12:45. I'm just worried that this open afternoon is an opportunity to assign more work for students. Oh, you have time now. You have an entire afternoon. Here's another project for you to work on. Like, this has been a year that we've lost a lot of learning, and I'm worried that we're going to use second semester to really compensate for that. And having this entire afternoon open really worries me that there's going to be some teachers really trying to take advantage of this time, where there could be students coming onto campus and things, and it's really not, school doesn't end at 12:45. And then if teachers are on campus until 4:05, does this mean that they start grading and start working on the next curriculum after that? Since they're really kind of booked, they have a 15-minute break and lunch, where they don't really have to work on too much, where they can use that time to really lesson plan for the future and start working and start grading. But right now school ends at 2:10, and with tutorial 2:45-ish, that's when, and after that they have the entire afternoon to grade, lesson plan. And if it's at 4 o'clock now, I'm just worried that that's gonna really hurt the students, since they won't be getting the feedback as frequently, and lesson plans might deteriorate as well. So those are just my concerns.
I think that's a pretty great analysis, Gitanjali. I think there's a lot of merit in what you said. I wouldn't worry maybe quite so much about getting more assignments, because more assignments means more grading has to happen, and I'm already very worried about teacher burnout. People who've never done this job, it's always been terribly hard to communicate what it is. To communicate what it is to do this job remotely, I'm not sure I'm adequate to the task, because number one, I haven't done it. But I'm looking at Christina's face. I bet she could give us an earful about the challenges of doing that and figuring that out and making it work, and making it work well. I remember just that the only thing analogous to that I can think of is that in all the years that I taught honors classes, there was always a summer reading project. Well, these novels, and sometimes it was Shakespeare, I mean, these things required a little bit of, facilitation and guidance. And I thought, well, I can't be there beside my student while they're reading this. So how can I kind of guide them to look for or think about certain things without it being worksheets, because we all hate those, and I hate them, I despise them. And the time I spent creating the packet of activities to go with that, to kind of be me without me being there. It was a virtual me way back before we ever used the word virtual. I put more effort and energy into that than I can begin to describe. And this is what our teachers are doing in creating their lessons for every single class period. So I'm worried about teacher burnout. I also want to go on the record as saying, I don't want to face a teacher shortage. And I'm premature and ahead of myself because we're only talking about opening our minds and opening the gate to thinking about what might be possible at this point. I get that. We're not making decisions tonight. But I know that we already have, it's been reported to me that 53 of our teachers have said that if they asked for an accommodation or a leave and it was denied, they would resign. We already have a sub shortage. And I know that I think something like 60% of the teachers wanted to remain in distance learning, and 25% at that time said they would resign if they have to. I'm sorry, I'm all over the map here because a CUHSD survey came in, and it came in right before this meeting, and I didn't have time to dig into it, which is unfortunate. I think they put it together quickly, and I think they were trying very hard to get us the data in time, but it didn't happen. I also know that something was said about collaborating on the Bell schedule, and I don't know if teachers were asked to collaborate on this particular proposed schedule. If they weren't, I think that might have been a really good idea. But going to the, I have a note here that says go to the CUHSD survey. Where are my notes on that? Okay, I just see one slide, page 7, 8, and I didn't have time to look at all of it. But in the survey that just came in, the question was, if you are denied an accommodation for distance learning, 35% were indicating they would request a leave. And if the leave were denied, 22% indicated they would resign. So we have numbers that are all over the place around this. But we already know we have a serious shortage of substitutes. I think when this COVID crisis is over, the nation is going to have a critical teacher shortage. And I don't want us to do anything that exacerbates that potentiality.
So, Kaylin, you've made a motion to approve the plan. And I think that we could probably spend another couple of hours walking, or, going through details of the plan and talking about that. And I don't know if it would be value add. So I'm wondering if you would consider an amendment to your motion to be something like to approve the recommendation from Dr. Bravo and give direction to negotiate the appropriate items with CUHSD and prepare for the possibility to expand in-person opportunities when conditions allow for it. And if maybe that was specific enough that Bob and team know what the next steps are, and our intent of basically, let's be preparing for, we all want to see if we can get expanded learning opportunity, expanded in-person opportunities. Let's start planning for that. Let's start doing more planning for that. That's kind of, I think, the first step that Bob's looking for is the board ready to do that?
Yeah, so so I'm trying to see if there's a difference between my motion and what you just said, right? Because legally we have to bargain certain portions of it. So that's baked into my motion. What was the second piece of it?
And prepare for the possibility to expand in-person opportunities when conditions allow for it.
I think that's the plan, right?
Well,
what's the difference in your mind?
I would support the motion as amended.
Okay, but what's the difference? I guess.
Well, I think
genuine question, like what?
Yeah, no, because I think a lot of the feedback that we got in the emails was just, again, it's about the context. People read the plan and they see something in writing.
Got
and
it.
They don't realize,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Really specific.
That's friendly. That's friendly to me. Is it a friendly second, Robert?
I was trying to still gather what the difference was. So if you'd maybe say it one more time. I apologize, Stacy, but.
Yeah, so rather than accepting this 25-page document, what the direction that we would give would be to negotiate the appropriate items with CHSD and prepare for the possibility to expand in-person opportunities when conditions allow for it.
So you're saying we're not approving this document as written?
No, because I think that there's going to be a lot more thought and process.
Yeah, because where I am hugely conflicted with the document, and we're not there yet, is that there's a difference between it maybe being safe to do a thing and whether or not doing a thing really has the value we think it would have. For example, the hybrid learning. I'm not sure that standing in front of a class and trying to teach 10 socially distanced people at the same time that I'm trying to keep track of my online class. To be honest with you, if you told me to do that, I think I'd say, just shoot me now. So I'm not sure that the value in some of what we might consider is really there. So that needs a much deeper look. Even if we get to the point where we can do it, will it yield what we want it to yield? That's my secondary question. So
yeah,
if you're saying we're not,
sorry, go ahead.
So if you're saying that Stacy's motion is not to approve this document, but just to approve.
Yeah, so I think now that changed pretty quickly. So I am moving to approve this document, which baked into it has the fact that we have to negotiate portions of it. And baked into it is that there's further gates that we'd have to make further decisions on, right? So I don't think that's friendly.
I don't know. I can't do it because I can't go with it because there are parts of
this part like that. Going into this, I figured people might vote against it. I'm voting yes on this. I think we have a second. So the motion's on the floor, which we're going to vote on. Okay, like rational people may vote against it.
I just want to be very, very clear in the direction we're given, Bob, with this action tonight. And I want to be very, very clear, if we can, for the people who are watching tonight, the people who might watch it tomorrow, of what we're really saying that we're doing, right? Because I think that there is the potential, if we just say we're approving this document, then I think that it keeps things a little uncertain, right? This is what we're going like, right? So I just think we should be.
I think the point you make, Stacy, though, is first off, doing exactly what you told us in a previous board meeting we can't do. You're getting descriptive about what needs to be done, but the document has a sample schedule. Dr. Bravo and his team have just heard some concerns that some students have about it. He's already getting input from teachers, from principals, and there were some things that they put into place here they may need to change, but the whole thing will evolve as things need to go. But by being totally descriptive, that's not our position. Our position is to say, yeah, we'd like you to look at some areas to return.
So I think we want the same thing here. I think what we want is, for what I'm hearing, is that we want for staff to continue developing this plan as we gain more information to make it better and better, so that in the case that this board takes another action which has yet to be taken, it could be put into play later. But we are not putting it into play right now. We are saying that this is a plan that is going to continue to be developed for a later date that may or may not come.
Robert, I'm just trying to make the motion match a little bit closer to the direction that Bob was looking for, right? Prepare for the possibility to expand in-person opportunities. All I did was add when conditions allow for it. That is the direction that Bob asked us for.
Yeah, and he can't do that without the state, the county. And so I don't have to say it. It's already baked into that. So my motion stands, my second stands.
Even the document as written does not say, when you get to the hybrid portion of the document, that before we do such a thing, saying, let's say conditions do permit it, it doesn't say that we will evaluate at that point in time whether or not we would actually get the yield from it that we would want to get. In other words, it might be doable. Would it be the smart move at that time? I don't see anything built in there that talks about how we would decide whether phase 3 needs more research or not.
So for what it's worth, trustees, I'm a little bit, I'd say I'm in the party with Trustee Aerosmith. I actually don't think we're that far apart here. I actually still take Trustee Brown's proposed amendment. To me, it's fine for what it's worth.
Yeah, I like it. I like Brown's amendment.
But to be very clear, we're Brown's Stacy's
the Brown Act. Listen to me.
What Stacy said is that we're approving this plan. Also, we have to negotiate part of it, which is already true. And in this plan, it says we only come back if the board thinks it's safe to do so in the future, or the circumstances, right? So if you're against this plan, you'd be voting no.
It also says that but it also says that we want Dr. Bravo to continue preparing the details of the plan, so to speak, on how to open what we say, expand in-person opportunities.
My point is that safety isn't the only consideration. There's efficiency and there's result, desired result, ability to predict or project result.
All right, you know what? I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
No, I like your amendment.
No, I'm just going to withdraw it because I think it's complicating things. And, I think we're kind of all in this, the bottom line is, like Kalen kind of framed it up at the beginning of this conversation 6 or 7 years ago. That's just 2020 time. That really the decision that we're making tonight is whether we're staying in distance learning for the whole semester, or whether we are keeping the options open to more in-person opportunities. So that's what your yes vote means.
Also, before we vote, for the benefit, as you said earlier, of people listening, particularly parents who are listening, there was a suggestion made at one point about lowering the number of units required for graduation to help some of the students who are really struggling with distance learning be on track for graduation. That sounds on its face like a serious attack on standards, but it isn't, because if you think back, it's only was it 3 or 4 years ago that we increased graduation requirements quite a bit in one quantum leap. Was that 3 years ago? So it basically would kind of be a return to our pre-increase status. In other words, we only recently increased graduation requirements, so it wouldn't be as what I was going to say, it wouldn't be as much of a lowering of standards as it might sound like on the surface. Is that clear to everybody? Nobody remembers exactly when we did
it's on the agenda for action, really. So
no, it's not. But I just wanted to make that point, that what sounds like,
we used to have a non-A through G default, which is why so many kids graduated without being able to apply to college. Now it would be going back to that pre-model for a year because kids are failing.
Well, I mean, it's not really part of this particular proposal, but I would say that it wouldn't be returning to the pre A to G default. It would be going lower than that. That's what I'm being asked to do, to propose to you all, is to go lower than that. But
there are ways to implement that. to address the problem that we're trying to solve. And, you know, one of the things that's in the requirements policy that we passed is that there are exception handling conditions. And so, you know, well, I don't want to talk too much about it because it's not, but that's what this falls under to me. But are we ready to vote, or
Yeah.
do we need to talk some more?
All right, so motion by me, second by Robert. The motion is to approve this proposal. Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
I, with the hope that everything that's been said tonight is really going to be considered.
and Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, with a 5-0 vote, the proposal passes. We now move into item 6A, which is adjournment. I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion by me to adjourn, second by Stacy. Robert, discussion?
Thank you. I wanted to make the board aware of something I learned at CSBA, and it's very simple, but the CSBA legal symposium was Monday. I attended that first. The rest of the CSBA conference starts tomorrow. I'm sorry, Thursday. And but the one thing I wanted to share was social media. The law changed, and I hadn't heard it anywhere else but there. And so I thought it was a good idea that we talk about it, people know about it. And that is, if a board member posts something on social media, no other board member can comment. You can't even like. Number one, that's totally different from what we've ever done, because it always could be 2 people could talk or 2 people could be at something. So since this is such a far departure, I wanted to point that out. Their recommendation was, if a board member posts something, obviously you can't, but also the second part is, if a board member likes something, you can't. You can't.
So no liking my TikToks, everyone.
So, Robert,
but if my point is, if something was posted and Stacy liked it and I liked it, how do the rest of the board know, out of the 4,000 people that liked it, that 2 people liked it? So you have to be very careful. That's a violation.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably don't do it. And yeah.
Don't.
So yeah, just
and Robert, that just pertains to things related to within our purview, right?
If it's something that's a state issue or proposition, we can all talk about that,
right?
Because we're not going to make a vote on it.
Right. Okay. And you know, I'm just, you know, as Christina just said, I don't even like to go on social media anymore because it's so mean. I very rarely like anything. I don't like anything on social media anymore, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. And we're on adjournment. We don't have board reports tonight. So
I had to get that in.
No, it's good. It's good. It's a good reminder, or like fresh information, hot off the press. Okay. So there's a motion. There's a second. Can we get a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right. With a 5-0 vote, we are now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And I hope you have a good couple of weeks. See you on the 14th.
All right. By the way, the vote in Santa Clara County has been made official today. The results are official.
Hey.
Oh.
Bye.